Howdy, howdy, and meowdy. Happy Sunday, catfish. I hope you're all having a fantastic start to your Sunday. Morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time zone it may be. I'm having a pretty cozy start to my Sunday. Nice and relaxing. I finally got an update on my new microphone that was supposed to have arrived. And the good old postal service has accidentally shipped it to Hawaii for some reason. So it is currently sitting in Honolulu, and I have to wait until they ship it back. Which hopefully shouldn't take too long. I live on the West Coast. That's close enough to Hawaii. But it's still annoying that it was close and I could have gone downtown to get it, but now I have to wait for them to ship back. Which is, it's really annoying. But hopefully I'll have it by the end of the week. If they actually get on the ball to shipping it and don't send it somewhere stupid again. Howdy, howdy, Lucian. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good morning. I have also acquired a nice, fluffy little friend. Not quite the full design of one of my mascots, but this is the feline design of Charcuterie. And eventually I will have plushes of each of my two mascots with like all the shark fins and tails and everything. But for now, we have this fluffy little kitty that also wibble wobbles as I move. And nice to see you as well. Oh. On today's schedule, we are back at it with more Final Fantasy XIV. Because we are finally on the pre-expansion quest for the best expansion in the entire game. We are on the 14 pre-expansion quests leading up to Shadowbringers, and I am excited because Shadowbringers is a masterpiece of writing. It's so good, and pre-expansion quests are so good. It's all so good. And I know Shadowbringers is gonna make me cry a lot, like it does every time I play it. But it's also a lot of fun. Lots of good music, lots of good characters, writing, it's amazing. And fun fact, the writer for Shadowbringers is the same writer who did the original level 30 to 50 Dark Knight quests, and that is also a masterpiece in writing. Like, the original Dark Knight quests are just so good. Now let us get the game up and running, and then we can tab in. Should be nice and quick. Close the Warudo editor. I don't quite need that open. I think that's right. Okay, let me open my web browser so I can figure out what my password is. I completely forget what my Final Fantasy password is. Thankfully, the web browser has a copy of it saved, so I could just look it up and not have to reset. Squeenix. Bop. Okay, yeah, that's what it was. What do you mean? Because you're not gonna let me log in because I failed password multiple times. Man, I'll reset my password. Something I can remember. Mildly annoying. Okay, not this email. Okay, so we're waiting a few minutes. But while we wait, I will show the trailer for Shadowbringers. It is very good. Hopefully by the time that's done, it'll let me log back in. YouTube. Let's see. Shadowbringers trailer. Okay, so I'm gonna need the Warudo editor back up. So I can make sure the screen is up and behind me. We love a little bit of scuff in our streams. Can't avoid the scuff. Screen enabled. thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Screen is up. I could move that. Actually, I'll move the camera a little. Yeah, super neat thing. Warudo has. Thank you, Mix. I'm glad. He is indeed a very cute blepping kitty. So let's see. Uh, content type video source. Okay, now I need to browser. Pop, pop. Reload page. Should. Um. I can hear this. I don't think it's going through the Wardo. Not sure if you guys can hear this, but I definitely can. If not, then we'll watch the trailer in-game, and it'll be actually full screen. Like, doesn't look like OBS is capturing Wardo audio for this, at least. So let us turn off the screen for now. I should hopefully be able to log in. Because it's been a few minutes. Uh, what do you mean I can't log in for several minutes? It's been several minutes. Fine, fine. Then I'll just bring up the trailer through the web browser instead. We'll do it that way. So let's get that paused. Let us tab to our up and if I can get that edge properties. Ba, 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 ba. Um, I'm gonna need to add a new browser. Okay, oh, no, I don't need not a new browser source, I need a video capture, or screen capture, window capture. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, I thought I did have a window capture. Can I have, oh, okay, I can have the I can have game capture a web browser. That should capture that audio. Hopefully, does not look like it. Annoying. Okay, if I drag this up a little, maybe this one works because it is specifically a window capture. Okay, Miss Ed, why are you not capturing? Okay, right, it was set something different. I need to have that set to Windows 10. That'll capture properly. Yeah, this is easily one of the best trailers I've ever seen for a video game. Especially considering it's an expansion trailer, not just the game itself.
How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one that stood alone against the storm. For the one they called the Warrior of Light.
This is a really freaking good song too. One great shadow, one great light. No fight left to fight. No life left to live. Comes the end, your end.
What sayest thou, Master Matoya? We may accept this fate or defy it, but we cannot deny it.
Deny? I am not wont to run from my troubles.
Like, this trailer is so friggin' cinematic. Like, the Warrior of Light just casually swapping between every single job he knows as he's getting his butt kicked by the
Until our friend returns.
Angel, I will say, because it's kind of a spoiler for what it actually is. Also, look, fat cats. Actual fat cats.
This town certainly has changed, and not at all for the better.
Everyone, all of our friends get an outfit upgrade. They get so many upgrades. They all look so good.
Miss you, Nymphilia.
And this was the expansion that introduced Bunny Girls, Vieira. It also introduced the dancer job, which is a fun arranged job. And if I remember right, the expansion also introduced the male Frothgar, the big fluffy cat people.
This tragedy, greater even than the seventh umbral calamity, must be undone.
And soon we will see the
If history must be
expansion's
rewritten,
signature job.
let it be unwritten. Become what you must.
Yeah, keep this arm, sucker.
Become warrior of darkness.
Yeah, Shadowbringers came out in 2019, and now we are two expansions past that. Let's turn off that. Close the web browser, and hopefully it will let us log in. I want to get right into the story, the fun stuff, the good. K-pop. Da, 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 da. Okay, good. It did let us log in. Perfect. Close the Waterville editor for now, because that just eats up resources if it stays open, and it's not needed. And then we have to tab into this specific scene. This scene has the little chat box cover so that if somebody says something sussy in chat, I don't get bonked for it. And people usually don't, but there's always some people who, like, if they find out someone's streaming, they're gonna try to do something stupid. Also why I have it set so that it doesn't show a player's full name, it only shows like initials and stuff. So that I'm not accidentally doxing people. Okay, we're good here. Let's turn background audio on. I know I had them muted for yesterday. And then game capture. Also, we have a hair now. I might change up the colors on the schoolgirl outfit. Maybe invert the white and blue. In fact, yeah, I'll do that. So that before we start story, we will go and invert colors, make things look a little more pop pop out-ish. I still love the hair I'm using. I love the outfit. Absolutely worth what I spent on it. The hammer glamour for the Reaper weapon's also super good. And yeah, our two jobs we're going to be leveling through Shadowbringers are going to be Reaper and Dark Knight. Reaper is such a fun job. You can also leave a... Well, once it's leveled up enough, you can leave a goopy portal behind, because this lets you teleport forward, and then it leaves a portal so you can teleport back once it's upgraded at 74, so 2 levels. So let's see, what colors are we using on this? Woad Blue and Snow White. Let's go to the market to buy some dye. Yeah, we have a total of 14 quests until we reach the expansion. But I know a lot of these quests have a bunch of big cutscenes, and we also have a dungeon very shortly. So it's gonna be a lot of fun, and if USPS quits screwing me around, I will hopefully have my new microphone by next Sunday. Ooh, by next Sunday, so that I can actually properly get into voice acting everything. And I did promise months ago that once I reached Shadowbringers, I would start off that first stream with Final Fantasy karaoke. And so I absolutely need my new mic for that. Because I so can't wait to just bust out so much fun karaoke. And I also definitely need to get a new pose set up for my model, for like just hugging a plush to the side. Uh, Whoa, I don't need that. I'll buy 10 pots. I use it fairly often, and no. Okay, I know there's... Do I have any Snow White on me? Because I'm not spending those prices. I have one. Well, I know there's a dye vendor in Limsa. So... Let's see if there's a dye vendor here, because I am not spending $65,000 on 10 pots of dye when I could just find a vendor that sells the dye. Because that is the thing people do. They will go and they will take items you can buy from vendors and sell it for an insanely high price because they know people are lazy and won't bother to find the vendor for it, and just go out and outright buy it off the market board. So you can have something that's worth like maybe 20 gil. Somebody will take it and sell it for like 5,000, and somebody will buy it. Howdy, howdy, Red. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good morning. Okay, it is raining here. One of these vendors sells dye. I'll hope you're having a good afternoon. It'll be afternoon for me shortly. I hope your lunch was good. Oh, so yeah, I don't like coming to Limsa because everybody comes here just to AFK at the Aetheryte, so it's always crowded, always a lot of people that gotta load. So I try to avoid Limsa if I can, but it's not always something you can avoid. And it was just raining and now it's not. That's cringe. I like the rain. Okay, now everything's loading right. Of course, you've got also the NPCs just casually sitting there, not NPCs, players, casually crafting. Uh, okay, Die Monger, you're the person I need, I think. Show me. No. Are you not the one that sells Snow White? Oh yeah, I heard about that. I haven't played Deadlock in ages. Might have to install it again at some point. Hmm, Uh, Snow White die. Mhm. Well, I can't buy the die from Market Board. I'll check prices on it again, but I'm really not gonna want to spend that much just for Snow White die. Yeah, I'm not spending 79 or 52,000 on die. That's insane. Welcome back, welcome back. So what we will do is briefly travel to another server and peruse the market board prices there. Because that's something you can do. You can hop between servers, and every server has their own market system, so all the prices are different, and the inventory is different. So it is very useful for buying things you need or want, and getting good deal on them. And at the prices Snow White is going for on my world, I definitely need to stock up. Let's go to Behemoth. And now let's go shopping. Oof. Just need to do some fashion real quick and then we can get on with the story. Ooh, interesting, interesting. Okay, no. See, this is better. This is better. People are selling the dye for a reasonable price here. 300 gil per pot and 20 pots? That's perfect. It's better than the, what, 5,000 they were selling for on my world? Cringe. Interesting, interesting. I haven't played Deadlock in ages, so none of that makes much sense to me, but it does sound interesting. eyesight is a hammer. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Now let's get pretty. Edit. Let us that. 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 Bop, 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 bop. Yeah, the black doesn't look that bad, honestly. Let us save first. Hi. Okay, how if like if I dye it such black and maybe well I definitely don't have carmine red. What about green? Would green look ooh, the green on the black does look good. I don't have any green, but I think I have other green. Do I have such black? I do. Okay, let us grab some black dye real quick. Up, up. And put some stuff away. Uh, that. And I think the Dalamud red would look good. Okie dokie. That was plate number 10. Actually, I don't think I need to dye it a different shade of black. Yeah, because the default shade of black actually looks really nice. Ooh, that does look good. And what about the shoes? No dye on the shoes. Actually, let's see how this looks with just a slightly lighter shade. I'm sure as heck not using. Ooh, that's interesting. As heck not using either of these. Those are expensive. Okay, actually, what if I dye these this red and this black? No. Die 2, we'll do that. Yeah, okay, this looks good. Yep, just do that. Apply. Sign. So we can update this. Perfect. I'll put the die back, and then we can start the story. Okay, onwards to more donuts to do story. We are finally done getting sidetracked. Mhm. Oh, Pennifer, if you've come here hoping for news, I'm afraid there isn't any. Everything is exactly as it was. Mistral is still investigating primals in the Far East, Thancred is still gathering intelligence at the Imperial provinces, and Alphino is still out there somewhere. There's been no word since his first scheduled report, nor does he respond to calls, and all the while I'm just meant to sit around here waiting. It's driving me mad. Begging your pardons, I bear a message from the Eorzean Alliance. Thank the gods for that. We have a visitor. Welcome to the Rising Stones. If you have a message, I should be most eager to hear it. Milady, the Alliance leadership will soon convene to discuss the matter of Ascian interference, and they humbly request the presence of the Signs of the Seventh Dawn. Having assessed intelligence provided by the Alamegan resistance concerning the whereabouts of the Xenos' remains, they too suspect Ascian involvement and wish to deliberate a suitable course of action. As the foremost authorities on our foe, your Orders Council would be most welcome. Of course, we should be glad to assist in whatever way we can. With almost everyone else in the field, I'd say this one falls to us. By which I mean, I'm not going on my own. You'll come with me, I trust? Of course I will. There you have it. We accept the invitation. Thank you. The time and date of the meeting will be shared in due course, but I can confirm the council will take place in Alamigo. By your leave. I somehow doubt we'll have anything useful to offer, but standing mutely at a meeting would still be better than the nothing I've been doing of late. Let's make ready to depart, shall we? Thancred? What's going on, man? Alright, just be careful on the road back, you hear? Did I hear right, Roll? Is Thancred coming back? Aye, that he is. Says he's acquired some important intelligence. Being in Garlean territory, though, he couldn't risk sharing the particulars in case the Imperials were listening in, so he said he'd head back as quick as he could and to make sure someone was waiting for him in the Alley-making quarter. Understood. Pennifer and I will go. We're bound for Alamigo anyway, and there's sure to be time before the council begins. Come on, let's be off. Ba-da-dum, ba-bam. And I went and unlocked all the flying off stream. So now we can fly in all the Stormblood zones. And we will soon need to start acquiring flying in the Shadowbringer zones. First, let's ride the Moondoggy. What you do of a sight for sore eyes? Now all I need is water from a parched throat. Fetch me a cup, will you? Traipsing through Imperial territory is thirsty work.
God, I needed that.
I won't bother telling you to catch your breath. Whatever brought you galloping back to us, I assume it's urgent.
Quite. Without further ado, then. After the successful uprisings in Doma and Alamigo, rebels in several other provinces were inspired to follow suit. Unfortunately, they did not fare quite so well. The Dalmascans paid the heaviest price. For their defiance, the Emperor made a show of razing their capital to the ground, prompting many of their neighbors to abandon thoughts of resistance. But not all have given up on liberty. Heartened by the news of Doma's prisoner exchange, some still believe that the Empire may one day be amenable to negotiation. We have the shinobi to thank for spreading the good word. They have worked tirelessly to keep the subjugated informed, and a little knowledge can go a long way.
There is at least a spark of hope, then.
A spark in want of kindling, yes. The Alliance has already begun supplying materiel to resistance movements abroad, many of whom would otherwise struggle to continue the fight. The support effort has been led by the Sultana and the Elder Seedseer, who have both seen enough Alamigan refugees to know the consequences of oppression. And for their troubles, they have quickly earned a reputation as folk heroes in certain corners of the Empire. That is all for the provinces. As for the Garlean motherland itself, our friends the Populares have suffered something of a setback, I regret to say. Talk is rife that Doma has summoned a primal, and the Empire's more liberal voices are being drowned out in the fearful clamour for retribution.
And who do they think orchestrated this summoning?
Oh, any but those truly responsible. Xenos has seen to that. Speaking of whom, the Crown Prince is recovering remarkably well. Well enough, in fact, to enable him to personally tour the provinces, putting the fear of the Emperor into the hearts of any would-be dissidents.
He walks in plain sight, and none suspect him. Then it's as we feared.
Yes, an Ascian wears his skin. But it was not that which brought me here in such haste. During my time in the provinces, I learned many things. Yet at no point did I hear any report of a Doman emissary in the capital.
But Alphonse should have arrived by now. Could they be holding him there in secret?
The possibility did cross my mind, but I have reason to believe he never reached his destination. As you know, scions assigned to covert operations, such as Riol and myself, are issued special link pearls for communication in the event of an emergency. I mention this because it was originally Alphino's task to coordinate the response at headquarters, meaning he has one. And whose voice should I hear when mine recently crackled to life?
You spoke with Alphino?
Spoke with? No. I but heard his voice, and none too clearly at that. 2 words were all I could make out. The burn.
The wasteland on the edge of Otherd. Something must have happened to them there. There's no time to waste. We must make for the burn at once.
I had a feeling you might say that.
And? I can't very well sit around here drinking tea if Alphino's in trouble. You said yourself that this link pill was only to be used in emergencies. So I'm going, and that's the end of it.
Oh, far be it from me to change your minds.
Loath though I am to neglect making preparations for the council, we must act swiftly before Alphino's trail goes cold. I propose we first pay Hien a visit. He's sure to want to hear about these developments, and he may well be able to advise us on how best to reach the burn. A sound plan. And your Shola is in Doma, is she not? I dare say she'd join you in the search if you asked her nicely. While you see to all that, I shall go and report my findings to the Alliance. You may leave any preparations for the Council to me. Thank you, Thancred. Right, to Doma then. We have much and more to share with Y'shtola. Let's go get to visit Cat Mom. That is curious indeed. While other man that while other matters demand my attention at present, I shall bear what you have told me in mind. Should you notice any change, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, my lady. You are most kind. Well, well. Two faces from the dim and distant past. Come now, it hasn't been that long. Who is that you're speaking with? A local miner who supplies crystals for the rebuilding effort. Of late, he claims to have struggled to find a crystal with so much as a trace of elemental energy. Upon learning that I had some knowledge of Aether, he came seeking my counsel. Just now, he brought me one of his recent finds. It was precisely as he described. Devoid of elemental energy, and eerily reminiscent of the de-aspected crystals that manifested in Eorzea in the days prior to the calamity. We would be wise to investigate this phenomenon more closely. Indeed, but on a more positive note, the locals seem to have taken a liking to you. More an interest in than a liking to, I think. The sight of a Mikote with a peculiar contraption upon her head has a certain novelty value in these parts. Any actual regard they may have for me, I owe wholly to you and the others who came before. Everyone here has been exceedingly cooperative, and I am pleased to report that I have all but concluded my investigation. Simply put, by focusing one's will upon an aether-infused object of worship, it is possible to conduct a summoning. So, the fact that they are objects of worship is the key. They are themselves suffused with the requisite belief. Correct. Such sacred relics as the Kojin collect obviate the need for religious fervor in the summoner, Yatsuyu being the most obvious example. She had but to associate the artifact given to her by Asahi with the divine, and it served to amplify her desires and give them form. A form nourished with the power of crystals, also provided by her brother, and thus was Tsukuyomi brought into being. Which brings me to the question of preventative measures, to which I have yet to find a satisfactory answer. At present, I know of naught that will avail us save to keep watch over the movement of relics and crystals, as if we did not have enough to keep watch over already. But I doubt you came all this way to hear that which may be perused in a report. Has something happened to Alpha now? Hmm. I shall join you in the search, of course. Thank you, Yashola. I should be glad of your help, truly. Now, if there's nothing else, I shall go on ahead and request an audience with Lord Hien. Alice puts on a brave face, but she has little talent for concealment. We should join her at the Kien-Con. And I think we actually have 2 dungeons to do today, if I'm remembering right. Okay, game, would you like to kindly load? Clicked on Tien. Or I guess you're not gonna let me load this while I'm sitting in a room by myself. figure. Connection with the server was lost. I just want to do story game, don't be a dick. Let's see, so next quest will lead us to Burn. Then we have... Oh yeah, the Gimlet Dark, few quests later. Okay, so it wasn't just a server issue for me, it was a server issue for everyone. Yes, there's now 178 people in queue. So everybody got booted. Well, I feel sorry for anybody who's in the middle of a raid, especially a savage raid, cause that's gotta suck. You're fighting, you're making good progress, and oopsie whoopsie, you get booted because the game's being annoying. Greetings, my friend. Alice has explained all to me. Needless to say, you shall have our full cooperation in the search. Even if Alpha's trail does lead to the burn of all places. I'll take the money pouches. Feel the burn! The region known as the Burn occupies a special place in Garlean history. Every child in the Empire is familiar with the tale. In the distant past, it was a verdant land teeming with life, but successive summonings saw it blood dry of aether and reduced to a desert. It was upon beholding the devastation that primals had wrought that Emperor Solus was spurred to embark upon his crusade against their kind. The burn offers a glimpse of the future we seek to prevent. Know you of any reason why Alphino might have gone there? Aye, mischance. Though it lies on their route to Garlemald, it is no place to make a stop. My guess is they encountered some manner of trouble there. In any event, I am of the same mind as Alice. We have no choice but to take our search to the burn. Given the considerable distance has evolved, 'tis best we went by bird. Penfer and I have our roles. Yugiri, will you ready falcons for the others? I shall gather our swiftest birds. Near the House of the Fierce there is an overlook. Pray join us there once you have seen to your preparations. Close that. Teleport. Da. Go, birdie, go. If everyone is here and possessed of a bird, let us away. Remember, the destination is a barren wasteland. There is no civilization to speak of for 100 malms in all directions. Take care you do not lose your way. Let's go, BB, dungeon time. And while I'm in queue for this, I'm gonna go to the Gold Saucer and do my daily scratcher tickets. Just because I know once we finish the burn, we're gonna get teleported elsewhere, so it doesn't quite matter where I'm currently at. And the DPS queue for the dungeon will probably take a little. Could go as tank, but I'm having fun being a Reaper right now. Is that a moon rover? When did they add that in the game? Also, that armor is sick. I'm gonna peek. I want to see what that armor set is. Oh, it's old PvP stuff. Up, up, up. Uh. Okay, we have a 6 showing. Pop, pop. AO, I'll take 720. I'll take another 720. Not best, but not the worst. Registrable miscellany. I am currently saving up to get the draw and sheath emotes, because those are super good. So remember that when Endwalker came out, they did a huge revamp on like character animations for like drawing weapons. So like in cutscenes, there's an actual animation where you draw your weapon out and stick it away instead of just casually doing that. And then they added it as emotes because it looks really good. Right, what do you sell again? Oh right, this stuff. PvP stuff. I don't have enough, and even if I did, I don't think you have Reaper items. Okay, this is the gear. Of which it is, in fact, expensive. I think you can still earn that using PvP currency. Yeah, Wolf Mart, I'm pretty sure you can still get it that way. Oh, while we wait, let's peek at the challenge log. And see if we've done all of our gold saucer stuff. Oh, we have not. So, plate 3, I earn 100 MGP. That's easy money. And we will go to my favorite little silly mini game that I'm actually pretty good at. Hydrate, don't mind if I do. Also, I forgot I have gold saucer tickets. Oh, we got it at the very, very end of the bar. That's a first. Second bar, still good. I've got like a mental a countdown, like I just like it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I click. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've done this enough times that I have that timing memorized, so I can consistently get at least second bar or higher. Yeah, if you really wanted to, you could sit here for hours farming out tiny bits of MGP. And you would eventually have enough to buy something. Like, if I'm getting 15 every time, I would have to do this 1,000 times to get 15,000. And I can't imagine having the sanity to sit here and grind that much. Also, that's unfortunate. It always sucks when the internet's being garbage. What outfit is that? Uh, oh right, it's just like really low level stuff. Also, their FC tag is sexy. That's hmm. Oh god, no, I'm not I would never. I don't like Leap of Faith. Leap of Faith is frustrating. Just actually, yeah, I'm not gonna spend all that money just to go teleport all the way back out there. Uh, actually, we'll go to Limsa, 'cause I think I have enough company steals that I could reach the next level in the Grand Company. Actually, start turning in old gear for steals. And if so, it's worth getting that bump up while we wait in queue. And I definitely need to pick up fishing at some point, because fishing is always a really nice thing to do while you're waiting in queue. Just pop squad and fish a little. Okay, good, I do have enough. Ba, 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 ba. And now I can do expert deliveries, where I can just trade in old gear for goodies, or for currency. Like, all of this that is cluttering up my inventory. But we could do that after. Expert delivery is so nice because it's there's actually some pretty good things you can get from the F or Grand Company quartermasters, and having a consistent source of seals by just turning an old gear is really good. Like I know once you get to, I think, to the max rank in the Grand Company, you can start buying uh these little crates that have minions and mounts in them from different expansions,
Make
which is
ready,
really
prince.
nice.
We are come to the burn.
Everyone, land where you can. We must wait out the storm.
Oh my god, it's storming. Oof, thou art the burn. Ba-bam-ba-bam. Okay, we got a Pictomancer, I think. Sage, Dark Knight Reaper. Now we're at the good bit. Get to do some combat. And we actually have a lot of our fun buttons now. I got crushed by a rock. That's kind of cringe. Yeah, with how bright this dungeon is, it actually makes Reaper abilities look so much better. Ah, yeah, good. Yeah, it's the good combat. We actually get to do our rotation, positionals, and all that. Yeah, screw your mechanics. Loot. Healing, casting, cringe. Uh, Healing, cringe. I mean, not really, not that I need loot. It's fun to collect loot. Oh, that's not a Pictomancer, that is a Viper. I am. Let's go, baby. Scouting, that's ninja, useless. Oh, getting literally nothing I can use. It is extremely cringe. giant bugs. Roadie. Whew. Okay, boss time. GG, let's go. And not a single piece of gear that I could roll on. It's cringe.
Between contending with bloodthirsty beasts and sand in my every conceivable place, I'm quite ready to leave this wasteland. But first things first.
Okay, need to BRB real quick. And we are
Do you
back.
see the crashed ship over yonder? Judging by its class, it must be the vessel that bore Master Alphino away.
War Machina. It would seem they were involved in a struggle. There may be clues. We should split up and search the area.
There's no sign of Alphino, nor of Maxima and his people.
These were no ordinary soldiers. Over here! The insignia on this man's uniform identifies him as one of the Emperor's personal guard.
Hand-picked soldiers, answering only to the royal family.
That would explain why all the casualties are Garlean. They were fighting their own.
You're saying the Emperor was behind all this? that Alphonse is his prisoner.
Aye, we must not jump to conclusions. Besides, Alphonse is more than capable of looking after himself, is he not?
I suggest we return to Doma to consider our options. Whatever happened here, Master Alphonse is long gone, and any subsequent search may safely be left in the hands of the shinobi.
Where in the world are you, brother? If you die on me, I will never let you hear the end of it.
Well, that was a decidedly uneventful journey. I almost found myself hoping for a sandstorm. Joking aside, I'd say our birds do a good brushdown and a treat or two, wouldn't you? I had hoped to steal a moment's rest after a little outing, but it would seem duty calls. A foreign emissary has arrived in my absence. Do not let us keep you then. Actually, I was wondering if you might join me. I cannot think of a guest who could fail to be impressed by the presence of the Scions, at least none I should be happy to receive. Of course, if you think it'll be useful. Thank you. Let us return to my manor then. Also, I think I'm caught up on my Enclave donations for the week. Oh, no, I'm not. Okay, I should probably work on this a little. Definitely gonna need a lot more stuff to donate. Mm-hmm.
Lise, what brings you here?
Oh, Alliance business. We have a request for Doma. Well, Hien. But that can wait. They told me you were out searching for Alphino. Did you manage to pick up his trail? Well, if he wasn't at the crash site, he might still have escaped. We have to keep searching.
And we will. Alphino embarked on this journey as an emissary of Doma, and I hold myself responsible for his safe return. I will have our shinobi in the provinces search for him as a matter of urgency. Chin up, Alize. You'll get to admonish your brother for his recklessness yet.
Well, someone has to do it.
to be fine. There is one thing I'm not sure about, though. You said it was the Emperor's personal guard that attacked Alphino's airship. But the Popularis would never have been able to arrange the prisoner exchange without Varus's blessing. So why would he sabotage his own mission?
They may not have been acting on Varus's orders. The guard answer not only to him, but to his family, the Crown Prince included.
When Yotsuyu summoned Tsukuyomi, Asahi was quick to proclaim that a dormant citizen had violated the terms of our agreement, that the negotiations had failed. And it is this version of events that is now being repeated across Garlemald. To hear the tale, one would think the prisoner exchange never took place. Plainly, someone is manipulating matters from the shadows, most likely Xenos, or whoever it is that wears his face.
Whichever Ascian you mean. We all know the nature of our adversary.
The servants of chaos are true to their name. Their meddling has cost Dorma a chance at peace. Whoever it was that loosed his personal guard, the Emperor cannot be ignorant of these developments. We must proceed on the assumption that our treaty is indeed in tatters. But come, Lys, you have journeyed far. Let me hear your petition.
Right. So the big news is that Alamigo has agreed to join the Eorzean Alliance. To make it official and discuss where we all go from here, the leaders of the 5 nations are planning to hold a meeting, and we were hoping you might come too. We've already seen what we can achieve when we work together, and the Alliance hopes to work even more closely in future. They think it's our best hope of keeping the Garleans in check, and I agree.
As do I. By coordinating our efforts in the east and west, we may be able to discourage them from committing their forces to a single front. I accept your invitation. I must, however, ask for time to attend to some pressing matters here. In light of recent events, the risk of Imperial reprisals is greater than ever, and I would not leave Dorma unguarded. Ere I depart, I must shore up her defenses.
Understood. I'll let the Alliance know. We'll wait to hear from you before setting a date. The meeting's to be held at the Royal Palace in Alamigo, incidentally. Do you remember the way?
Well enough. Please assure my hosts that I will not keep them waiting any longer than I have to.
Consider it done. And thank you for agreeing to come. If we all put our heads together, we're sure to find the best way forward. For everyone.
My advisors and I will presently convene to discuss the matters of Doma's defenses. You are welcome to stay, of course. Had you not offered, I would have requested leave to remain. Where the Ascians are concerned, naught may be left to chance. As ever, we would benefit from your experience. I thank you for coming, Lys, even if it was unofficial business. I had hoped that there might be time to show you the land you helped to save, but I will settle for a fleeting visit if needs must. There never does seem to be enough time for anything, does there? But I did get to see a little of the Enclave. You've made excellent progress, I must say. And soon you'll have the chance to see how we're getting on too. Till the meetings then. Pennifer? I was wondering if I might have a word with you before I go. In private. Go on, my friend. I will send for Hakudo and the others in the meantime. Great. I'll wait for you at the docks. Thanks for coming. Knowing you, you've probably guessed what I wanted to talk about. Alice. She's acting as if everything's alright, but it's clear she's barely coping. The Alice I know is overbearing, willful, and reckless, and that's fine. It's how she deals with feeling weak. She has to keep moving or she's afraid she'll fall apart. A lot like me. But the thing about people like us is that we need someone to keep an eye on us. I had Papa Limo, and now I have my friends in the Resistance. And Alice has you and the Scions. Before you start, I'm not saying you're neglecting her. I'm sure you aren't, and I'm sure you won't. She's a good friend, and when I see her like this, I can't help worrying. So please, make sure you give her all the support she needs, alright? Thank you, Pennifer. Goes without saying, but if there's anything I can do, you only need to ask. Well, I'd best be off. See you in Alamigo. There you are, my friend. Everyone has assembled, so let us begin.
If we are to ready ourselves for invasion, we shall need manpower, provisions, and time, all of which are in notably short supply.
Candid as ever, you giddy, and correct I concede. Fortunately, I have an idea. "'Tis plain no single nation can stand against the might of the Empire. And it was only with the aid of others that Dorma succeeded in winning her freedom. So, I mean to take a leaf out of our Eorzean friends' book and form an alliance of our own. In addition to those with whom we already share an understanding, I would reach out to Hingashi and Suinosato, and further afield to the myriad peoples of Nangsha and Dalmasca. I am under no illusion. Not all will answer the call. Yet disparate though we may be, we are united in our desire for freedom. If our neighbors could be made to see what is at stake, Asian machinations and all, cooperation need not be so far-fetched a notion.
It may even seem practical. Under the guidance of our former leader, Master Louis Soir, we once strove to unite the fractious city-states of Eorzea. I dare say that experience shall be of use in your endeavor.
We should be glad of your wisdom.
For the record, I would have been in favor of this plan even if it hadn't been my grandfather's, but I have to ask, how will we secure the time to carry it out? Not that anyone has forgotten, but the Garleans have airships. Lots and lots of airships. Should they catch wind of our plan, they could send an armada to overwhelm us before our alliance had even begun to take shape.
Not if we deny them access to the skies. During our time in the Burn, the Warrior of Light and I chanced upon some Allagan ruins.
Oh?
As such ruins go, they were not particularly unusual. But something about the surrounding land struck me as odd. Faint though it was, its ethereal residue was uncannily similar to that of Aziz La. Identical, in fact. For locations so far removed to share a single etheric signature is all but impossible. I conclude, therefore, that the Alligans created the floating continent with land taken from the burn.
While that is a most intriguing theory, I fail to see what relevance it has to Dorma's defense.
Aziz La was enclosed in a powerful energy barrier, impenetrable even to an Agrius-class battleship. It occurred to me that those ruins may have enjoyed similar protection. I have no proof, but the Warrior of Light did report seeing a structure resembling other known Allagan field generators.
All right. But even if we could put up such an energy barrier, it surely wouldn't extend beyond the limits of the burn. So what's to stop the Garleans flying around it?
Fuel. The Dalmascan capital, Rabanasta, was a key imperial refueling point in the east. By laying waste to it as a lesson to the rest, the Empire greatly hindered its own operations in the region. If an Imperial fleet were to advance upon Dorma, it would now have little choice but to travel, as the crow flies, over the burn.
I see.
A word of caution. Even assuming the generator still functions, raising a barrier of such a scale will require a prodigious amount of energy. And few places are so bereft of suitable crystals as the burn.
A source of energy. Tell me, did the Alligans make a habit of launching things into the sky?
A curious question. Besides Aziz La, I know of only one other notable instance. The Red Moon Dalamud, whose fall triggered the calamity.
Just the two occasions, you say? Then I believe I may have a solution to our energy problem.
Good Seriobot. Good. Getting rid of the cringe.
You do?
I may. To find out for sure, we would need to visit the Azim Steppe. Which would, I now see, present the perfect opportunity to discuss an alliance with the Zayla tribes. How very neat. What say you then? Shall we see whither this road leads?
It is settled then. I will journey to the Azim Steppe of the Scions, Yugiri and Hakuro. I leave our other neighbors to you. My apologies, but I won't be joining you. I am no aetherologist, and what skills I do possess are unlikely to be of any great use to the mission. But more importantly, it seems to me that the ruins in the burn warrant attention. And so, while you are away securing an energy source, I will engage your friends in the Garland Ironworks to undertake a complete overhaul of the field generators. You'll need them in good working order for plans to succeed. I trust there are no objections. Have care on the step. From what I hear, the Zayla like fighting with friends almost as much as foes. Good luck. Just the three of us then? Very well. Shall we make first for a reunion? Haven't been back here in a bit. This is the Azim step. The tales do not do it justice. If you think the view is impressive here, wait until we reach higher ground. Actually, seeing as it's your first visit, permit me to show you my favorite spot.
I will never tire of this vista. The endless fields, the boundless skies. 'Tis a sight to make a man forget his cares.
But not his purpose, I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are doing here?
Of course. During my time with the mole, I learned some few myths of this land. One goes thus. In the distant past, when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth. The end thus averted, to these fields did the wayfaring soul return, and venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
A tainted land cloven from the earth and an offering of blood to the heavens. Azizlar and Dalamud.
That was my thinking, yes.
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizlar up to the heavens? I suppose that might suffice.
Worth a closer look, would you say?
I would.
From here, we shall travel to Mol Ilo. There we may ask Cyrano about the particulars of the myth and raise the matter of an alliance with the rulers of the steppe. Cyrano, my girl, I haven't seen you in ages. Ian, Pennifer, I am glad of your visit and the opportunity to welcome a new friend. How may we serve you? There is a matter I would discuss with the mole. It concerns not only the peoples of the steppe, but of every land in the Far East. A shard of the shining moon left behind by a wayfaring soul, and you need this to protect our lands? I do. My friends and I wish to find the shard and ascertain the extent of its power. Will you tell me more of the place where it lies buried, this northern crag? If that is your wish. In the mountains to the north, there is a cavern called the House of the Crooked Coin. Inside this cavern are pillars of stone that legend holds to be the source of Nama's power. There, I believe you will find what you seek. Ah, yes, I know the place. 'Tis a brisk walk from here, and what are your thoughts on an alliance? Should the Empire return, our lands will be engulfed in a storm of conflict whether we will it or no. If we do not stand together, we will fall apart. This I believe with all my heart. However... Among the tribes of the steppe, there are those who revere Nama above all else. To them, the pillars are sacred and not to be disturbed. Should you proceed as you propose, such tribes are like to spurn an alliance, prompting others to follow their example. That is my concern. But it is by no means certain that the pillars will provide the power you seek. Ere you risk the ire of the followers of Nama, might you not first visit the House of the Crooked Coin? If all is as you hope, we may then consider how best to earn their blessing. I thank you for your counsel. We will do as you suggest. I have no desire to give offense to those with whom I would join hands. Thank you for your understanding. Though the mole may reign over the steppe today, this decision will shape the days to come, and we will not force others into war against their will. Nor we. 100-fold stronger are they who choose to fight of their own accord. Money, money, money. It seems the time has come to put my skills to use. Pray lead the way to the House of the Crooked Coin. And thus I am glad I unlocked flying here, finally. It is so much easier to get where we need to go by flying, instead of climbing the long way.
Such an abundance of ether.
Are we in luck?
We are. This is an Allergan artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether. I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Azys La from its surroundings. But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
What is it?
While the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area. An effect of regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Ilo.
You found that which you seek, then? Great indeed is the Dusk Brother's power. If not less will suffice to protect our lands, the blessing of the other tribes must now be sought. Of course, but to which tribe should we appeal? There are many who worship Nama, but none are so fervent in their faith as the Jotharl. Their consent shall be the key. The Jotharl. Lys spoke of them. A warlike tribe possessed of unique customs and beliefs. I sense their cooperation will not be easily won. Nay, but it will be well worth the effort. The Jotharl fear nothing, death least of all, and our alliance will be greatly strengthened by their presence. Let us go to the Jotharl Ka and treat with their Khatun, Sadu. And this also makes this part easier. Flying across the steppe instead of running. Boy, would it have been a long run. If we had to run, we'd have probably just teleported here and then ran across. No, we don't got it. We just fly. Yeah, that's flank. Rear. I can't wait until we hit 80 and we get Enshroud. Enshroud is so fun. And then 90 we get Communio, which is the end of your Enshroud. Let us see. Saru, my girl, it's been a while. You again? Other matters demand our time, Khan, unless it is battle you seek? Alas, whatnot. Quite the opposite, in fact. Talking, always talking. You say the pillars hold great power? Of course they do. They are the source of Nauma's strength. To the Jotharl, no place is more sacred, and we will make ash of any who would defile it, though I see this is not your wish. You see the wisdom of our proposition, then you will join hands with us? I said nothing of joining hands. You wish to wield Nama's power to defend these lands, and this I will allow. But for leaving the steppe to fight the men in iron, I would have something in return. Namely battle with you, Khan. The Nadam ended ere it began. I would face you again, alone, without distractions. Defeat me, prove yourself the stronger, and you shall have the Tharl as your allies. Surely these are agreeable terms. Absolutely, I'm down for a fight. Well, this is a not wholly unexpected turn of events, though I had assumed I would be the one required to fight. Alas, the Khatun has made her choice. Let's dance. Ha! It shall be a battle the steppe shall not soon forget. Ah, already my soul burns brighter. Prepare yourself, Khan, and await me outside the Ka. I will gather my witnesses and join you anon. I remember the first time I did this as a black mage and it was miserable. But I'm gonna have fun doing this as a Reaper. Smug cat face activate. Let us beep beep vroom vroom and have a fun fight. Waiting and waiting and waiting.
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this harn.
Is this truly necessary? Have you no peaceable way of making decisions?
Speak not of peace. You stand before proud warriors of the Dathal. In the heat of battle do our souls burn brightest. We lay low the strong that we may rise higher. That is our way. The way of might. There is no other.
Yeah, you're Stola. I'm down for a fight.
Oh, they do not want for conviction.
Indeed, it's what makes them such dangerous enemies and such useful allies.
Enough talk! It is time to fight!
Okay, I'm kind of cooking right now. Alright, she has 4 life bars. This is gonna be a good fight.
In death do our souls sing! In death do our souls sing!
Bonk. Oh, right, I need to kill these.
In death do our souls sing! In death do our souls sing! How it burns! In death do our souls sing!
Oh boy, that was kind of close. And that's why it was miserable to do as a black mage, because I had to be fast.
Yes! Not since the Nardum has my soul burned so! Come! We have only just begun!
Ayo, round 2.
Enough! You were not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Oh, Magna, you fuddy-duddy. Why do you gotta get in the way of things? We're having fun.
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Be gone, Moonstruck Oranir! I am busy!
Fool of a Dothal! Have you forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever. Yet what should he find here but a battle to determine the fate of the steppe? A battle waged without his blessing. This will not stand. You, Doman! You who come to petition the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Oranir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
These words are as wind from a horse's backside. Plentiful, but your axe sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
Insolent child, you will learn your place!
Forgive me, Brother Magnai, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal. We will not abide any interruptions.
So be it. The sun will pass judgment on all. Didakul, join me.
The sun is in good company. We may dance alone.
Beg not for mercy, for you will have none. Bear witness to the power and the glory of Azim!
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her. I have not the patience for this. But if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
Oh yeah, I get to be your show now. Oh, actual me is off fighting.
Kneel or die! Bow down before me! Kneel or die! Mark well and learn! Concentrate! Kneel or die! Bow down before me! Mark well and learn! Kneel or die! Bow down before me! Tremble before the sun!
Let us be about it!
Hooray, we kicked his butt.
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat. 'Twas a battle to burn soul and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Narma's power is yours to wield. What does the sun say to that?
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged and found worthy. It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
You.
Oh boy, I know what's coming.
You stole her. Why?
Are you my Nama?
Oh boy.
I beg your pardon?
In battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love. Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you, I am all but certain. Now, look into my eyes. Could it be? Could you be?
I am not interested. Try again when you've become a man.
Little?
Little sun, little sun.
Does it pain you, little son? Craving salt, sweet cake, fire to sear the wound in your heart?
Time here. Siren awaits for word of our success.
One of my favorite moments in the game. You had not only to contend with Sadu, but Magnai too. Such a fierce battle that must have been. Yet here you stand, triumphant. Having passed such a test, they could not well deny you their allegiance. The mole will make no such demands. Weak though we are, we will gladly stand with you. The steppe is our home, and we will defend it with all our being. You have my heartfelt thanks. Of all of the tribes of the steppe, there is none I would rather have at my side. God's willing, many more will rally to our cause. I shall send you word when we have answers from all the tribes. I cannot thank you enough, Cyrna. None of this would have been possible without you. Oh yeah, we get this emote. We have the requisite consent. 'Tis time to put Nama's power to use. If the Aether flows as planned, all that remains is to have the Ironworks engineers do their work at the ruins. Come, let us return to the House of the Crooked Coin. This should be quest 6 of 14. So we're making good progress. We're almost halfway done. And we're not even 3 hours in. Another dungeon ahead of us. More quests. Probably won't take more than 6 hours at most. Probably less. I shall begin at once. You may wish to step back.
Did it work?
It did. Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
I do not pretend to understand what you did, Yashola, but you did it. Thanks to you, and Panifer, of course, we have taken a momentous step towards securing our defenses. Now, as much as I believe arrest is in order, we should probably make haste back to the Enclave. Agreed. The others may already have returned from their missions, and I would know how things stand. As would I. Without further ado, then. Judging by your triumphant expressions, I take it all went well on the Azim steppe. Indeed, we have secured a suitable source of energy for the barrier. Good. Tatari and I have commissioned Garland Ironworks to ensure that the field generators function as they should. A team of engineers stand ready to set up for the burn at a moment's notice. You need only say the word. I thank you for engaging their services on our behalf. The minutiae of the agreement you may leave to me. Which just leaves a small matter of our alliance. So, Yugiri and Hakuro, how fared you with the neighbors? My lord. All of the factions we approached are in agreement that the Empire poses a threat, and many responded positively to talk of an alliance. From Hingashi and Sui no Sato, however, we received outright rejections. The former will not break its treaty with the Empire, and the latter will not involve itself in conflict. Just as we expected, then. Well, there is naught to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. To each of the nations that were amenable to an alliance, I will personally send a missive. And once I've attended to that, I believe we will have done everything we can to fortify Doma's defenses, for the time being at least. Although which means I may leave for the meeting in Alamigo with a lighter heart. Yugiri, Hakuro, if she would be so kind as to hold the fort in my absence. My friends, we couldn't have achieved so much in so little time without your help. With that, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Till the meeting, then. I took the liberty of asking Thanker to attend as well. He should have arrived in the Alamigan quarter by now. Then let us not keep him waiting, shall we? Stola has told me all, and I duly told Urianje and Kryl. Kryl, in particular, was concerned about Alphino, but I assured her that everything that can be done is being done. She agreed to continue with her own tasks for the time being on the condition that I contact her the moment there is any development. So that leaves the four of us to attend the council. Our involved is here to assist with security, incidentally, though the poor lad seemed altogether too distracted for the task. Another one missing Alphino, I expect. But it's almost time. As soon as you are ready, present yourself to the guardsmen at the palace entrance. I shan't be far behind. Ooh, several cuts to a plain sequence. Let's go.
Mistress Lys, Commander Aldin, it gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
The pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all Alamegans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Lord Hien of Doma, at your service. Pray, accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
Nay, 'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have played in bringing all of us together. In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alize, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Uldar.
The day I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council. I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alfino. Would that...
I too owe my presence here to Alfino, in so many ways. Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
Come, friends. Let us leave the past in the past and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the East.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
The Empire will not so easily change its ways. If the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Alamigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations. But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
The winds suggest but one course to me. One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
The Ascians.
Indeed. All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the bringers of chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions. They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while they remain, we shall know no peace.
Our objective is clear. The question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Xenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic: subterfuge.
You have an idea?
Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions, and you mayhap best of all. Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus. We dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Alamigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
It does have the ring of truth about it. And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire. Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus's death.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varus's first acts as Emperor was to name Xenos heir apparent, family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces would be too enticing to ignore.
The Empire would not be quick to recover from a second war of succession.
I am no stranger to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
Dorma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity. 'Twas his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace. Let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
Hold on. Hold on, the heck? Everything's fuzzy. Who are you?
Ahead looms a calamity.
What?
Ahead looms light, expunging all form
Again,
of
what?
life. Twin dooms only you can forestall.
Pardon?
Only you.
What's the matter?
There's a voice.
Spies in our midst.
Nay, I sense no such presence.
Let expanse contract. Eon become distant.
No? Can we not?
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
No, do not throw wide the gates. Do not open the door. Let's keep the door closed.
Is it over?
Master Thancred!
12 for Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready. Swiftly!
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, my lady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
Everything seemed so hopeful, and now
Thank you for coming.
stuff's going down.
Thancred. He would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so
Hmm.
crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. To him, I would say, rest easy, that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Alize and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely.
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Called.
Called?
I myself examined Thancred. Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul. That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether, a consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian La Hebrea. The owner of the voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Forgive us, Lys, but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
As if you had to ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend. Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after. Just focus on solving this mystery, all right?
Thank you, Lys. As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
I just tried to call Urianger on his Link Pearl. He didn't respond, but I dare to hope that he possesses some knowledge we do not. Ah, Urianger. Something's happened during the meeting. Thancred collapsed, a disembodied voice suddenly started. What? But that's... We should talk about this in person. Alright, we will meet you there. That was Urianger. He heard the voice too. In Thanalan? As we alone reflected at the meeting, I had my suspicions, but if the voice also spoke to Urianger, there can be little doubt the Scions were targeted specifically. By whom and to what end is the question, one to which we must find an answer with all possible haste. And now we can endure. Angie face. Urianger agreed to meet us at the Rising Stones. If any of the others heard the voice, we'll find out soon enough. Good luck. I should get back to the meeting with the elder seats here, but if there's anything I can do, anything at all, you must let me know, alright? Promise me. Right, let's be on our way.
Urianger! Gods, it's good to see you.
Would that our meeting were under happier circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
You heard it too, then?
Aye, and all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
That I cannot say, not when so little is known. Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
To Alamigo, then, without further delay.
One other thing. During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Thou referrest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes, I noted precisely that at two apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
Indeed not. Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin. Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity, but the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
Indeed, I shall make it my task to. The voice.
Oh, not again.
Once more.
I hear it too.
Only you. Only you.
No! Ishtola! Urianger!
Throw wide the gate.
Can we not? Don't open the door. Keep it closed.
No! No, this can't be happening! Y'shtola! Urianger! Open your eyes! Open your eyes, I beg you! Say something! Anything! Not again. Please, not again.
Man, I already hate this spooky voice. Forgive me, that was an unseemly display. It happened before your very eyes, my lady. None here would have behaved any differently. We have borne the two of them to a private chamber, but tell me, is it true that Master Thancred languishes in his like state in Alamigo? I'm afraid so. Though, given the circumstances, it would seem best to observe them together. I will send word to Lys that he should be brought here. Take heart, my lady. The world is full of scholars and knowledgeable folk of every persuasion. Someone out there is bound to know what ails our comrades and how it may be cured. Thus will we rouse them no matter what. That we will, Hori, that we will. But first things first, our comrades will have questions. May I ask that you explain the situation to them? I must attend to a private matter. Oh, I promised I'd visit someone at Limsa Lominsa. He's been waiting in Maelstrom Command for a while now. You know, you should come along too. I think he'd be glad to see you. Oh, that'll give me a chance to quickly turn in some old gear for company seals. Oh right, there is new dye. I just saw somebody in chat advertising a venue doing Barbie night tonight. Sounds fun. But yeah, I forgot that they added new dyes to the game. Finally, after who knows how long. I think like every color type, aside from black to white, has it's a few new dyes. I can peek real quick. Up. Yeah, so red now has carmine and neon. This has bright orange. Oh, that'd be good for a Velma glamour. This now has neon yellow. Then there's neon green. Azure blue, that's a new one. Violet purple might be a new one. And then there's also metallic ruby red, metallic cobalt green, and metallic dark blue that are new. Let's go turn in some gear real quick to clean out the inventory. Especially all of this low level crap that we somehow still have for Not that. That's a good glamour. Everything else, though. How many company seals do we have? 2,500. We're cooking. Yes, I do. Okay, hide gear set items. Game, why are you letting me sell items that are on gear sets? That's cringe. Uh, that's really old. I don't need that anymore. Now we're getting closer to gear being worth 1,000 apiece. Code of Pending. I haven't needed that in ages. Don't need that. Don't need that. Definitely don't need that. Or that. Or that. Or that. Or that. Or that. Or that. Definitely not that. Nope. Ooh, I got an achievement for seals. Let's go. Oh, I am almost full of seals. Let's go, baby! Do I need to get another promotion? Sergeant Rose, doing the mails from proud as ever, I see. As a matter of fact, just a moment. Okay, that'll be easy to do. Back to MSQ. As you probably guessed, it's Gabu we've come to see. Private Hero bring him out to us. Ever since the maelstrom took him in, I've tried to visit as often as I can, and after what befell our friends, I was taken by the urge to visit again. It's difficult to explain. I mean, I haven't seen Gabu in ages. I'm happy to see the little fella.
Here he is, my lady.
Gabu, it's been too long.
I'm afraid there's been no change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
I see. You're still fighting. I'm proud of you. We promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, Does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens? I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones. Not like now. I've seen my share of trouble since coming to Eorzea. Been reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear. No, I don't, you're right. It's pure arrogance to imagine I can solve everything by myself. You'd think I'd have learned that by now. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you. Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on, we have friends to save.
Thanks again for agreeing to come. It meant a lot to me. Okay, and then this is the final quest of 4.4, meaning we're now going to be on 4.5 and 4.55. The final 7 quests before Shadowbringers. Including one dungeon. And it's a great dungeon. I did some thinking on the way back, and I think Hori is right. We need to seek outside help. Ordinarily, we return to our own experts in such matters, but they're both among the stricken. I will begin by reaching out to the myriad guilds and research institutions here in Eorzea. Additionally, Grandfather and Minfilia had a wealth of connections between them, and I mean to explore those avenues too. We'll find a way to save everyone, mark my words. Much and more has happened in recent days, some of it for the good, some not so, but all around me people continue their fight. From the shinobi who search for Alphino to the Alliance members who make ready to move against the Empire, they march on in the face of great adversity, bearing heavy burdens. Everyone is playing their part, and so must I. You have your own part to play, I know, and it's bigger than most, so I won't keep you. Just promise that you'll visit from time to time, and I promise I'll have good tidings to share with you when you do.
populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the Empire's might to bear. A word from your radiance is all it takes. But one word, and the Imperial army will fall upon Alamigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart. Have you no words for me? Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire. My deeds stand testament to my commitment. And with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate? Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father.
Should be the one to sigh.
Ayo.
I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then, thanks to La Habrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back. Elidibus was ever a warrior.
It's Daddy Emmett. Let's go.
Not agree. What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery. Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms. You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern. Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. His choices as emissary seldom err. If aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it. Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal. That is why this empire exists, why I built it. Oh dear, have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read. I pity you, I do. As they say, ignorance is bliss.
Ferris is annoyed. He's just like full on angry face.
You know. The founding
Ascian, and he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos. Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty. To bring about a calamity requires no small amount of power, and there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns. To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork, paltry though it seems in comparison to Alec.
You fiends are overfond of your own voices.
That's kind of funny.
Mark me, Ascian. Man is the master of his own destiny.
Such a waste of time and energy, both yours and mine. Lest you forget you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you pliant pieces for the game. Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You of all people should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
What in the world? That's a lot of corpses. I'm not even gonna try to count, there's too many. Dead. All dead. Yet I see no wounds nor any evidence of battle. Damn them. They finally used it. The Empire developed an alchemical weapon in Girobania, a gas. Black Rose, it was called, and to breathe it is to breathe your last. And that did this? I thought the project abandoned and its vile fruits destroyed, but naught else could have wrought such an atrocity. Fools. What do they hope to gain with this butchery? Can they not see that overall one through terror will not endure? How many more provinces must they lose? Nay, wait. This is not the work of men, but monsters, the Ascians. It cannot be a coincidence that their trail led us here. Their objective was never to rule, but to sow strife and discord. Such a crime does indeed bear the mark of the bringers of chaos. Black Rose cannot be allowed to kill again. We must find the Ascians and put an end to their plot.
I'm glad you've come, though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news. After you left, we reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjuring. Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Urianger and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle. And Elfino's still missing. Gods, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
Cryle.
Cryle!
Hooray.
I think you well enough to travel.
When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Cryle. We would welcome your insight.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
That particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know. But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault. But I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone. A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh? Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me.
All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep. Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms. Ah, yes. The Elder Seedseer made a similar observation. I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes? If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt.
Right, we get to visit Matoya again. Right, I didn't finish getting flying there, so I get to run. At least I'm high enough level that the enemies will ignore me. They're all level 70, or not level 70, level 60 or lower. Yep, no flying. I'm gonna have to do that off stream. I think it's that quest, and two others, probably in Idleshire. This is why I'm going to unlock flying in Shadowbringers as soon as possible, so I don't have this problem when I'm doing the post quest and need flying. I'd heard Master Matoya was something of a recluse, but this seems extreme. Still, I'll happily overlook her eccentricities if she agrees to help us.
to disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems. Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders. Now, what exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
If I may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
And Stola is one of the afflicted, is she? Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray, and I'll not see her buried before I am.
Right. Let us see what we can see. I'll begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there. What is it? Did you find them? This doesn't make sense. How is it even possible? How is what possible? Kryl, what did you see? The threads, they just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off. Could the ether have dissipated? If it had, oh gods! Their bodies are just husks. It's like the broodmother's daughter all over again. No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi effected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
But where?
That's the question, isn't it, girl? Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort. We just have to keep looking. Pray, excuse me a moment. Yes? I remember, but... What, to Alamigo? We're on our way. That was Lise. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphino left with, is one of them. I'm sorry. I realize we've barely begun here, but...
Go I'll go. You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
I'll do some digging in the meantime and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search. Let's be off then.
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I'd chalk it up to old age, but I rather doubt it's that simple.
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Urianger were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether. It seems to be happening all over.
Does it now? And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse clogging up the Thaliac. I fear something has gone awry. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting in shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
That was the woman who tamed Y'shtola. I had the distinct feeling of being grabbed by the scruff of the neck and having the nonsense shaken out of me. When Alhuna is back, I'd like to visit again and ask her what tales she has of grandfather. I almost can't bear to hear what Maxima has to tell us. But it can't be bad news, can it? Lise would have said. Unless... there's no point speculating. Lise said she'd notified the guards of our coming, so we should head straight to the palace gate in the Alley Quarter. I'll be praying for good news. Learn what you can about Alphinaud's plight, and leave the search for our friend's lost souls to me. So, this 3 more quests after this, and we're on to the dungeon. Making good progress.
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphino, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphino?
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
You assume?
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events. Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing. As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians. This Shadow Hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphino, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian threat.
Well, at least he's not lying in a heap in the burn. Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphino still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them. They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphino asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
On that subject, there is much I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night. It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion. I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamigo?
We knew this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't. Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head on! No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander, and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Would you and Alize head to Doma and let Lord Hien know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Consider it done. We'll send word when...
Not this again.
Untold sorrow.
Blah blah blah.
Ahead looms a calamity.
Calamity these nuts, spooky voice. No, do not throw wide the gates. Close the door. Close the door. We are not opening the door.
You heard it too. Well, at least we're both still standing.
Oh, thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hien.
So Alphino is safe, for the present at least. Now all we need to worry about is a full-scale Imperial invasion. I'm actually glad Lee's tasked us with visiting Lord Hien. Better to be dashing from place to place than sitting around stewing over things we can't change. To the Enclave. Greetings, my friends. I was just discussing future endeavors with the members of our newly formed alliance. The Kojin and the Confederacy you already know, and it was your strength of arms that won us the cooperation of the Steppe tribes. We have also been joined by our neighbors of Naxia and the indomitable citizens of Dalmasca, though the scattered nature of the latter's resistance will somewhat delay their official induction. These proud peoples have united under a single purpose, to stand against the tyranny of the Garlean Empire. I am glad to see your alliance is coming together so swiftly. As things stand, I fear we shall soon have need of your strength. I thank you for bringing me news of Alphino. His fate is never far from my thoughts, not only because he is our emissary. As for this sudden deployment of Imperial forces, I agree that Alamigo would be wise to shore up its borders with all haste. Every report we receive for Shinobi indicates amassing of troops in the west provinces. It seems all but certain that the Empire is poised to bring its fist down upon Eorzea. And I would help deflect that blow, but I cannot risk sending reinforcements just yet. We will remain vulnerable to airborne assault until our wall in the burn is in place. The all-important Allagan energy barrier. The energy barrier, yes. I thought to call it something more auspicious, a name drawn from the four lords of legends, perhaps Sirius Aegis or some such. Well, just a thought. The Ironworks engineers report that they have finished calibrating the generators and are ready to proceed to the testing stage. Have you time to attend the first test? You've seen the field which protected Azislav firsthand, and I would be interested to hear how you think ours compares. I will come too, if you don't mind. Though I am no Yerstola, I may be able to offer some insight. Of course. Time being of the essence, it would be best if we meet directly for the burn. Yuri, I leave you and Hakuto to bring the War Council to a close. Understood. Your mounts are saddled and ready, my lord. Where are the storms? I'll take money. You will cross the burn by Yol and Falcon as before. Join me at the overlook near the House of the Fierce. Howdy, howdy, double negative. Welcome, welcome. I appreciate the support, even if you are wandering off immediately. Oh, let's see, how many of these we have? 4. I'll turn these in quickly. And now I have to go to here. Give the word when you're ready to take wing. I will indeed head to the burn.
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand. Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo without fear of weakening her own borders. Honored friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
Fire the missiles! But I am late tired.
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming. Yards, 2,000, 3,000. Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected. Target altitude reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards. We've done it.
Hooray! We built a wall.
Is that an Imperial airship? Of all the rotten timing.
But this is a gift, Mistress Alize. They can test our new wall for us.
Womp womp.
Seems solid enough, though I was hoping for a fire.
By the gods, it's Alphino. What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Lower the barrier!
Ease, girl. The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
No, not him too.
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem. It is a day for fated reunions. Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light? I, Gaius van Baelsar, the Black Wolf. That was the title I was given, one I have long since relinquished. Stand down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum. I am no more than Gaius Baelsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
Impossible! There's no way you could have survived!
Do you remember how it unfolded? How I was deceived by La Habrea? How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea? The Ascian used me, as he used so many others, all to further the restoration of his wretched god. Yet even with the might of Alec at my command, you bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it. For a moment, at least. A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble, and swore vengeance on the Ascians. The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions.
Seriously, game? Server issues? I was in the middle of an important cutscene. And now I'm gonna have to skip through so much of that to get back to where I was. What is up with the servers today? So close to the end and you're gonna keep hitting me with server issues? You're being cringe. Like, I have the quest I'm on and 4 more after this. 1 dungeon and then that's that. You're gonna hit me with server issues while I'm watching an important cutscene? You're being cringe. Okay, at least I can skip through a lot of the cutscene to get back to where we were. Or some of it at least. Still gotta watch bits until we get to the text parts.
It seems... Should the honored...
gun is operational. 1,000. 4,000.
Is that an Imperial?
But this is a gift. Seems solid enough.
By the gods. What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Lower the barrier.
Be at ease.
No.
We could. It is a day. Would you not agree? Aye. Stand down.
Impossible.
Do you remember how it unfolded?
Almost back to where you were.
How I was the Ascian you. Yet even with a moment of folly. The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions. I live now only to exact revenge. My principal quarry was to be La Hebrea, whom I gather you have since ushered into oblivion. But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Ascians, the Black-Masked Ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know. Yet among the Red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the source. Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group, and while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the Source. The first was La Hebrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus, and the elusive Emmet Selk, about whom little is known.
We have files on La Hebrea and Elidibus. But I believe this Emmet Selk is new to us? As I assume my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light. Your many deeds in Hydaelyn's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted, and all stockpiles destroyed. Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Toxic gas? This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, they will not soon manufacture another batch. Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date and authorized with the signature of one Zeno Galvus.
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design. Cloning technology, we realized. And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young Emperor Solus. All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations, or was it the will of the Emperor? I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland. It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our common foe. To reopen old quarrels now would serve no purpose.
You saved my brother's life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods, even as I, in my blinkered conviction, place mine in Ascian promises. Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
So that was the infamous Black Wolf. An unexpected ally, to say the least. Well, I am content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphinaud back in Dorma.
Alphino is safely ensconced in her private chamber. My finest healer is examining him as we speak. I've spoken with the physician, and there are no outward signs of illness. Alphino is lost in a sleep from which he cannot be awoken, just like the others. It seems that even the lands of the Empire were not far enough away to escape the cursed voice. I share your frustration, Alice. I do, but Alphino is returned who was alive and otherwise unharmed. All that remains is to find the means to wake him. Until then, you can but fulfill your duties as a scion, yours and your brother's both. You're right, of course. There are arrangements to be made and little time to make them. To business then, my lord. Now that we know Siriu's wall works as intended, can we expect reinforcements for Alamigo? You most certainly can. As promised, we will send troops to bolster our allies in Eorzea without delay. Pray be aware, however, that they will not arrive without delay. Save for some few who boast teleportation magics, the bulk of our force must be transported by sea. A lengthy voyage for which the smaller vessels favored by the Confederacy are ill-equipped. Accordingly, I mean to enlist the assistance of the East Aldenar Trading Company in finding suitable ships. As for navigating the distances in question, we are in the happy position of being able to call upon those who plotted the course of my people's exodus to Eorzea. Beyond the procurement of ships, I think it unlikely that our East Alderite friends will consent to any involvement in military operations, but I am certain they will afford Alphino a berth aboard one of their vessels. I shall have a Kyurchin accompany him every ilm of the way to the Rising Stones. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. Yugiri. I will go on ahead with our friends to Alamigo, enlist all those capable of teleportation, and put them at the disposal of the Eorzean Alliance as soon as possible. They will form the vanguard. Yes, my lord. This is exactly what we'd hoped for. At least the Alliance leaders would be glad indeed to welcome the combined strength of the East. Alright, final 4 quests. Almost.
Our supplies of Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance. See that you do.
Ah, yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention. A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds. If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
How very noble of you. Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing. A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect. Slowly but surely, the deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
While you do what, precisely?
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Asians do.
I am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire. You cannot have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise. Our homeland was plunged into civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
Are you truly so naive? You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
It was by design?
Well, of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed. Now, if you have no further questions, I must be on my way. Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude. I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome. You dabbled in elegant cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research. And of all the options available, you chose the founding father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus, like grandsire, like grandson, hey? If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor and shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
Okay, now we are on to the final four. We must leave now to convene with Eorzea's leaders, and it may be some time before I return to Doma. Hakudo, I leave you in command. My lord. I shall assemble an advance party with all haste and join you in Alamigo forthwith. I have just received word from police. The Alliance has established a base camp near Alamigo's northeastern border. Once we've arrived in the locks, we're to report to our resistance officer stationed in Porto Pretoria, who will point us in the right direction. Let's not keep them waiting. Ba-bam. You must be the Scion party I was told to look out for. You shall follow me, I'll take you directly to Alliance headquarters. Don't mind if I do.
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord Hien. Glad you could join us.
Glad to be here. I would have come sooner, where our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Alamigo as we speak.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news...
So, Alphino won't wake up, Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Ascians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right?
Yep.
Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal. Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea. The threat of an unknown weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it. As for Gaius, I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest. Am I happy he's hunting Ascians? Aye, I'd have to say I am.
Oh, speaking of Garleans you didn't expect to see, we have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Varys Zos Galvus would be attending.
The Emperor himself. Well, Varys did sanction the Popularis peace mission. But knowing that an Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
Gods, Lise, you know how much I hate politics. But then, what choice do I have?
Dang it, monitor.
Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion.
I mean, I'm not fond of politics, but I'll be there.
I don't know what Varys means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, But having you close at hand will make all the difference.
The meeting will take place on the border. Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
Well, I don't suppose it's polite to keep an emperor waiting too long, shall we? Let's...
Esteemed representatives of the Eorzean Alliance. On behalf of the Garlean Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today. As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you. As recent events in Alamigo and Doma have made plain, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, you may very well defeat us, but you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue. Doma has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea, a partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals. Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace. As you know only too well, this alliance lacks strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated. Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Doma can also attest to the meager arms of imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
Peace. Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
I expect you to weigh the costs. To recognize that countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
Your Radiance. I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor. For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise. You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end. Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people. There was a time when Garlemald too lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong, from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of Ceruleum and the subsequent development of Magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it, and from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers? I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the Twelve's Wood's bounty. Would that your people might learn from their example.
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation?
I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing. Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait! I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here. Please, if you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
As Mistress Alize says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future. Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
This is really not my forte. After his Radiance's little performance, it was all I could do not to swear at him. I honestly don't know how I ended up playing the mediator. I just asked myself what Alphino would have done, tried my best to do the same, and by some miracle it worked. But there really is no common ground to be found with that man, nor do I think he looked for Annie. So the question becomes, what did he come here to do? Because you may be certain it wasn't to make peace. Whatever it is, I can't make it out, not yet at least. We do have a little time before the parleys due to reconvene, though. So why not try consulting our illustrious leaders? Mayhap they have some insight to share. I will say one thing for this Varys, he is well versed in Eorzean history. His interest in our affairs is that of a beast in its prey. The conqueror would know his enemies. All should know their enemies. Yet there is much and more we do not know of the Empire. Ha! You would have me ask the Emperor himself? Well, mayhap there is some wisdom in that. If we can skirt the storm of his displeasure, we may yet come to our answers, even if it does mean sailing close to the wind. 12, have mercy. But for Lady Alice's timely interjection, we might well have come to blows at the negotiating table. Not that Emperor Varys left us a great many options. Is unconditional surrender all he will accept, do you think? Ere he arrived, I'd have said yes, but having heard him speak, I cannot help but think he came with some other end in mind. Exactly, he's building up to something, I know it. How then should we approach the rest of the parley? Have you anything to say, Warrior of Light? You believe he is more apt to reveal the truth if we put him at ease? Mayhap you are right. Thank you, Pennifer. This parley was never like during peace, but I had hoped to learn something of Emperor Varys' relationship with the Ascians. As had we all, yet if he is in league with them, he is not like to volunteer the fact, and if he is not, how much weaker would his position seem for their presence? If we are to broach that particular subject, we will need to be subtle. Would that I knew more of the man. If you would indulge me, Lord Hien, you received an imperial education, did you not? Is it true that the Emperor's will is considered absolute? There is no higher authority in all of Garlemald, nor else in the heavens come to that. The veneration of the gods is forbidden, the only worship permitting being that of his Radiance's own person. I share your disdain for their hypocrisy. Even as they denigrate the idea of faith, they revere their leader with a fervor others reserve for the divine. 'Tis a flaw common to much of the doctrine they fed us. Logical on the surface, perhaps, but contradictory upon closer examination. I wonder if a discussion of the various discrepancies might prompt Varys to reveal something. You've spoken with everyone, then? Good. Now, all that remains is to await the pleasure of the Emperor and hope we fare better at the second attempt.
Now then, who would have the floor?
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affairs surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons posed to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner. Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the Barrens said to have been laid waste by icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
Finally, you ask the right question. I can but hope you heed mine answer and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more. No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences. There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
What in Rulga's name are you talking about?
I am talking about the origins of this star, of the source and its 13 reflections. At the instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections. That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One which calls for more drastic measures. To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined. That is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
A rejoining of worlds. I have heard this tale of the source and its reflections before.
Are these not the self-same desires as the Ascians?
Emperor Varys, do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him, Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Garlean Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
What?
Yes. My grandsire, the former emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Would you condemn me for this alliance? For bowing to the will of these shadowy masters, when the prize is true and lasting peace?
I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence.
Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard.
Man, these cutscenes do look so good with like the higher graphics and the lighting and everything.
Of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate. I bid you join me, not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
You want to trigger another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left.
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable, unconscionable.
And what is the alternative? To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together, that we might take fate into our own hands.
Into your hands, perhaps. But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star, and every...
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another. While it is true that man succumbs all too often to
No, not this quote.
he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and...
I'm not even at Endwalker yet and I'm getting hit. I'm catching strays.
Empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible. Such a man is not fit to govern.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
would seem the Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
You Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me. Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages. This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
I came back to find Doma's advance party ready and waiting for battle, so, as worrying as our little chat with the Emperor was, it did buy enough time for at least some of our allies to arrive. And now it's dungeon time.
I'm not sure what I was expecting from our meeting with the Emperor, but it wasn't that. Still, at least we know now what he's really after.
Aye, a future built on a mountain of bodies. I too want the Ascians dead, but not at any cost.
The last of the reinforcements from Doma arrived not long ago. I pray it will be enough. Given the Emperor's stated goal, this is a battle we can ill afford to lose.
If the Gallians come in force, we may not have much say in the matter, even with our combined strength.
We knew from the first that the odds would be against us. But if there is even the slightest chance of victory, we must do everything in our power to seize it.
We must seize it, full stop.
Here!
The two of you are to join an irregular unit and support the main host. I won't bother asking if you're minded to fight.
After coming this far, how could I not? And for once, there's no one around to countermand me. Not that they would. Not even my brother. But we all know who really make the difference. Ready to frighten some Garleans?
I wouldn't want to be on their side.
Might I ask you to accompany the Dorman contingent? They are strangers here, and your presence would do much to raise their spirits.
We would be honored.
When our people stride out with you in their midst, I dare say the Eorzeans will feel an ilm taller themselves. High spirits have a way of spreading.
What I wouldn't give to join you. But my duties as field commander will not allow it. I'll leave the front lines in your capable hands. Comrades, ready your arms. The hour of battle has come. May the crystal guide us to victory!
Since the others couldn't be here, we'll have to fight twice as hard. If Alphinaud wakes to find the Imperials have won, I shall never hear the end of it. It's strange. I thought I would be terrified when the fighting started. I should be terrified. But with you at our side, I can't help feeling everything is going to be all right. So please, don't you dare leave me alone. No matter what happens, we have to survive together.
Okay, time for a quick BRB to grab food and a drink, and then we dive into the Gimlet Dark. And now we wait. While we wait, let us see what our friends have to say. Eastern Alliance stands ready to fight. Let us seize victory this day and secure the morrow for all our people. There was a chill in the air, and I speak not of the weather. Nay, this is the palpable tension that precedes a bloody battle. Stay focused now. Let's show the Empire what we're made of. Are the others not around? Yes, there's just Raubon left to talk to. My duties as field commander demand I remain here at my post, but I have no doubt the front lines are in capable hands. Howdy, howdy, Leo. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a great afternoon. Also, spinning. I can spin. One of these buttons. Spin. Dungeon queue hopefully shouldn't take too long, because it is a main story dungeon. And I can't jump on the cannons, that's cringe. Man, I can't believe we are finally on the last 3 quests before Shadowbringers, the good expansion, the best expansion, honestly. Also, while I'm waiting, I might as well check on USPS and see if there's any updates as to where my mic's at. Because I know it, I checked this morning, it said it's still Hawaii. Still in Hawaii. Annoying. But not unexpected, because it is a Sunday. They don't do post on Sundays, no mail deliveries. So I'll probably get updates tomorrow. And hopefully it'll be here before the end of the week. Because I live on the West Coast, it won't take them super long to just get the package, send it back where it came from, get it up here. And here we go. It is time for war. Also, that giant airship up there looks so out of place with the textures not being as high quality as everything else. What's up, suckers? It's me, sucker. Big chunky boy. Let's go, easy clap. Big money, no whammy. Striking, that's for me, that's for Monk, I don't need. Big pull, big pull. Thankfully, we've got a competent tank and a competent healer. Pippin, my boy. Oh, big boy. Just gonna sit behind it and smack it in the booty. And you're running away, coward. That was almost bad. Man, seriously? I just popped that and you're running. Come on, I don't want to waste that. 15 seconds left. Watcha! Please let there be crap and crap. I don't need that earring. Why is it I never get any gear that I could use for glamour.
You underestimate me.
Big chunky boy. Howdy, howdy, Dareth. Welcome, welcome. And indeed, I am having fun with Reaper. Fending and healing, that's kinda crap. Because I can't use either of those, not even for glamour on this. Hello, big chunky boy. Pop that. Another one. Spicy boy. Yeah, it's like the jackets, tops, even the pants and stuff, those look so good, but I never get them for the jobs and roles that I want them for. Boom. Aiming. Definitely don't need. It's like the post-expansion dungeons always have really good looking gear, but it never drops what I need. Glam is indeed the true endgame, just like housing and stuff. Also, did they seriously start the dungeon while it's on a cutscene? I guess we fight in early. I'm in a cutscene, and they can see that I'm in a cutscene, but that doesn't matter. Screw whoever's in a cutscene, of course. That's how the people treat the game. You're in a cutscene trying to enjoy the content. Oh, okay, I'm glad I managed to dodge that. Most of the time, I get people who don't have issues with people watching the cutscenes in a dungeon. And then other times, I do get people who just don't want to let Sprouts enjoy the content. Well, there goes the healer. Whew. Ba, 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 ba. Casting bottoms? I don't need that. It is literally the opposite of what I need. Ba, 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 ba. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated.
I dare say they'll be reeling from this.
Also, Ayo, follower goal met, 470.
You were truly inspiring in battle, my
Howdy,
friend.
howdy, Mossy. I am
Determined
indeed
not
winning.
to be outdone, but there seems to be no one left to fight.
A tactical withdrawal, perhaps?
We should give chase. Finish them off while we have the chance. Imagine the other surprise when they wake to find the war already won.
That is indeed a fluffy plush cat in my arm. Yes.
Only you can forestall the calamity.
Also, not the spooky voice again.
Throw wide the gates.
I've had enough of you, spooky voice. Do not throw wide the gates. Do not passcode. Do not collect $200. Go straight to jail, spooky voice.
Oh no, don't tell me. Are you all right? Quickly, we must get her back to the encampment.
Ooh, buy one mom, get one free. Hell yeah, 2 moms, better than 1. So the Garleans have been routed, have they? Well done. Though this exchange was no more than a test of our strength, like as not, they won't be taking any chances now that the Emperor has joined the fray. They'll want to take their time, whittle down our defenses. Still, with your help and that of our eastern allies, we passed the first test. Our line is unbroken. As for Alice, well, she's in good hands over at the infirmary. My lord, the Cursians completed their examination of Mistress Alice, and it is as we feared. She is locked in a slumber without any outward cause. Just like the others. Damn it all. Aye. The Garleans picked a fine time to come knocking. 5 scions incapacitated, and with the enemy on our doorstep, I cannot spare the men to assist in the search for a cure. Best I can do is see to it that Alice is escorted safely back to the Rising Stones. You, Giddy, and I will return to our encampment. The main contingent of our forces from the Far East is under sail, and all must be made ready for their arrival. I'll not keep you then. Judging by the Garleans' recent movements, or lack thereof, they won't be launching another offensive in the immediate future. You should return to the Rising Stones. Given the plight of your fellow scions, I can understand if you feel on edge, but you'll be no good to anyone without rest. Fine, I'll go take a nap. Rest. This means I have 2 quests to go, and then we are finally on Shadowbringers. So those 2 quests will be the last of the stream. And then next Sunday, we will dive right into Shadowbringers goodness. My man, Hoary Boulder. Pennifer, welcome home. Word has it you and Mistress Alice gave the Garleans quite a thrashing. Speaking of whom, where is Mistress Alice? I was certain she would have returned by now. By the 12, not her too. Oker and I will ready the infirmary for her arrival. We will also need to send a message to Tower post haste. Would that I had something other than grim tidings to share with her. And with you too, for that matter. It grieves me to report that the Archon's condition remains unchanged. As we speak, Coltonay, Kryle, and Master Matoya continue to explore every possible avenue. Alas, their efforts have yet to bear fruit. But all is not lost. You are still hale and whole, after all. Though I suspect you must be tired from your journey. You should rest, my friend. Leave the worrying to us, for the time being at least. Oh boy. Big, make large, huge himself. Surely that won't be a problem. Surely. Ah, Pannifer, yours is a welcome face indeed in these troubled times, though if you've come to inquire about our stricken brothers and sisters, I am afraid I have not to report. Coltene and the others continue their tireless search for answers, and I too have done all in my power to assist them. Alas. My apologies for the intrusion. I was told Master Alphonse had been brought here and wished to see if his condition had improved. Maxima, my man. Mistress Pennifer, I have heard about the part you played in driving back the Empire's forces. Thank you. That you were able to stop them, if only for a short while, gives me hope. I realize how strange such words must sound coming from a Garlean's lips, but I speak them out of the love I bear for my homeland, because I wish to see an end to the bloodshed. That is why I chose to share all that I know with the Alliance. Though I will surely be branded a traitor, I am content to bear that ignominy. 'Twill seem a small price to pay if it helps to prevent this conflict from escalating any further. But enough of my prattling. The war is not what brought me all this way. I came to see Master Alphino. An acquaintance in Pennifer and Alphino, are you? Well, far be it from me to turn away good company, if you will follow me, sir. When word reached me that Alphino had returned, it seemed only right that I visit him. Poor lad, it pains me to see him thus, but I take solace in the knowledge that he is safe and well cared for. He fought valiantly at the burn. The Populares could not have wished for a more committed ally. I know not how he came to be so afflicted, but I pray a cure will be found soon. On an unrelated note, you may be interested to know that I traveled here in the company of another acquaintance of yours. He awaits my return on North Silvertier, and I am certain he would be glad to see you. Assuming you can spare the time, that is. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Who is it that wants to see us? Hmm. Oh, that blinked into existence. Ah, there you are. I was beginning to think you would not come. It sounds like you've been through the mill. You should have called me. Sid, hooray. Though I must confess, tracking down missing souls isn't exactly within my field of expertise. As you may have surmised, I heard much of Master Garland growing up in Garlemald. Indeed, he has long been a source of inspiration to me. Most Garleans would say he is a traitor, that he turned his back on his country. We of the Populares, however, Consider him a revolutionary, a man willing to defy the Empire's dreams of subjugation that his inventions might bring about a better future for all mankind. Please, revolutionary is a term best reserved for my work. I am but an Imperial defector who thought to aid another Imperial defector. Whatever Master Garland says, I am humbled to find myself in such distinguished company. Speaking of distinguished company, we heard from Raubon that you ran into an old friend in the burn. Is it true? Gaius still lives? Like most in the army, I never had the privilege of seeing the legatus without his mask. To think I walked halfway across the burn in the presence of the Black Wolf. And he claimed to have severed ties to the Empire to hunt Ascians, did he? After his humbling at the Praetorium, one would think he'd have the good sense to stay dead. Should we meet again, I shall be sure to tell him so. Commander Alden also spoke of the Alliance's meeting with the Emperor. There are still layers to believe what he told us. Did His Radiance really claim that Garlemald was founded by Ascians? But that is madness. The very notion is absurd. Every fiber of my being rails against it, and yet I see there is no escaping the truth. From the very founding of my homeland, my brothers and sisters have laid down their lives in service to a lie. The Ascians must be stopped. To save my people, to save all peoples. For all the Empire's many crimes, even I did not suspect. Had I known, I would have left a lot sooner. But that is in the past. Here in the present, we must apply ourselves to the problem of how the Empire's ambitions may be thwarted, not only in Eorzea, but in the Far East as well. The Ironworks will spare no effort to achieve that end. Sirius Wall was a good start, but we can do more. And we will. We'll show them what it means to achieve freedom through technology. Begging your pardons, I bear a message for the Warrior of Light. Commander Alden requests your presence at Alliance headquarters in Alamigo. He would discuss matters with strategy at your earliest convenience. Ah yes, the inevitable messenger. I knew it wouldn't be long before duty called you away. Time, no doubt, being of the essence, could I tempt you to ride aboard the Excelsior? If there's a faster way to rub on side, I will personally apologize to the commander for keeping him waiting. I'll gladly take a ride. I swear, every time you board my airship, you seem to be barreling headlong into danger. And every time you somehow contrive to emerge victorious, which of course is an admirable skill. But no one is invincible, Pannifer, not even you. So please take care of yourself out there. I pray you remain safe on the front lines. Though ill-equipped to join the fray, I shall do all I can to assist from the headquarters. My colleagues and I have been tasked with evacuating casualties by air. See that you aren't among them, eh? Gladly. Finally, the last quest. The final quest before Shadowbringers. Commander Alden is waiting, my lady. It would be best if we proceeded to Alliance headquarters at once. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready, Eddie, Eddie, Eddie. Oh, right. Ooh, solo instance. You're here. Good. I summoned you to discuss strategy, but I will first apprise you of the Guardian's movements. Let us begin. Smug cat face activate.
There have been several skirmishes along the border, but as yet neither side has delivered a decisive blow. We had long assumed that the Garleans would overwhelm us in a straight fight, but we seem to be gaining ground, albeit slowly. As to why that might be, the most likely explanation is that they have yet to commit all their forces. Still, we're winning, and our latest intelligence suggests the Emperor has retreated back to Garlemald. In light of this, we're considering launching an offensive with the aim of pushing the front line forward and giving ourselves some room to breathe.
Commander! The Imperials! They've broken through our defenses to the east!
What?
Our scouts say their forces are being led by Lord Xenos.
Oh boy.
Lord Heian and Commander Hext have taken their troops to provide support, but we don't know how long they can hold out.
So, they've been biding their time, waiting for his arrival, have they? Very well. Send word to our allies, requesting reinforcements for the front line. Should the worst come to the worst, I may need to enter the fray myself. But what of you? Do you still have the strength to fight?
Time to fight Big McLarge Huge.
Much obliged. Given the choice, I'd take you over 100 soldiers.
Not now, spooky voice. I don't want them to open. No, do not open the door. Keep the door closed. Keep the gate closed. Go away, spooky voice. This is the worst possible moment.
Is it the voice again? Are you sure you're in a fit state to do this?
If the spooky voice doesn't bother me again, I am.
May Ralga grant us strength. Give him hell, lass. I, for my part, will defend this place to my...
Okay, smug cat face reactivated. We're gonna kick some butt. Got a solo instance. We could do this our way. Or we're doing this as Heian first. Okie dokie. Bum 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 bum. Rush. That's a dot. That's a combo. It is time to kick Big McLarge Huge's butt. Holy crap, is he not taking much damage? God, we're doing so little damage to him.
Here it comes!
The wheeze of a shinobi's power. The art of my
Go, Yugiri, go! Oh, I just noticed. Warrior Light's timely arrival. We're literally just waiting on a countdown for my arrival. I'll be there in about 20. Oh, you cheater. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2. Right in the face.
Magic with a Garlean body. That's hardly fair.
Yeah, this guy's cheating.
Still, he must be stopped, no matter the cost.
Bringer of light. It has been too long. No words to mark our reunion? So be it. Equilibrium must be restored, and only your death will redress the balance.
You can try. Now it's time for a proper fight. Who's the weak one now, sucker? Cheater.
Your mother chose her champion well. Yet, for all your strength, you will still fail.
Not now, spooky voice. Okay, when I said the last time was the most inopportune moment, this one literally is. Go away, spooky voice.
Someone calls to you. Too late, alas.
God damn it, spooky voice.
At last, I found you.
And who the hell are you?
Please, there's no cause for alarm.
What do you mean there is no cause for alarm?
Though, I confess, this is not where I had intended to meet. But the place of our meeting is of no consequence, like the war you wage. Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. The better path leads you here, to me. I have need of your strength. The battle is over, the danger past. But your work is not yet done.
I don't give a frick who you are.
Go to the crystal tower.
Motherfricker.
I have left something for you near its base. It will serve
I was
as a
fighting.
of sorts.
You interrupted my fight. You took my friends, you punk.
All you need do is find it. I will take care of the rest.
I don't care who you are.
Soon, I will throw
Can we not?
and the path
Screw your gates.
will be yours to walk at last.
Was that Honoroy? Oh, we're in Ishgard. I was wondering why I saw him. Oh, we're in Ishgard.
Do you recall the confrontation with Xenos? You were the first to come to the aid of Mistress Lys and the others on the front line. In the midst of your duel, it is said you faltered, and that the Crown Prince seized the opportunity to deliver a mortal blow. Yet before his blade could find its mark, he was distracted by the arrival of a second adversary who bore you away from the battlefield and into the hands of our chirurgeons. Lest you wonder, he left before you awoke. As is his wont.
Wait, Astinian? Astinian. Man, why did you have to leave?
Astinian never was one for emotional farewells.
I wanted to see you, Astinian. We got to see all the other homies, but we don't get to see you. It's cringe.
Though Xenos bested all before him, the battle clearly took its toll, for he retreated shortly after your rescue. Seeing this, the remaining Imperial forces decided discretion was the better part of valor and pulled back, allowing us to re-establish our position. We have since received word of renewed unrest in the provinces, doubtless inspired by the efforts of the Eorzean Alliance and our Far Eastern allies. Nor does the good news end there. We have also come into possession of intelligence suggesting unrest within the Imperial Court. This would certainly explain why both the Emperor and Lord Xenos appear to have abandoned the fight. A long-awaited ray of hope in these dark times. Yet to awake, I'm afraid. But please, concentrate on your own recovery for now. You have carried the hopes of some half-dozen nations, and we are all eternally grateful for your efforts. But no one is without their limits, not even you. Leave this fight to us, my friend. You have earned your rest. But before I forget, I was asked to deliver a message as soon as you awoke. A reminder that you are not alone, though many of your allies have fallen. When you are well and rested, you are to return home, where friends will be waiting for you. Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to the front. May we meet again soon, under happier circumstances.
Oh, if this is a most unexpected surprise, I thought you confined to bed. It's Papa for Tom, let's go. When I heard that you had collapsed on the field of battle, I confess I feared the worst, but with you standing here before me, I see now that the reports of your defeat were greatly exaggerated. Thank the Fury. As long as we have you, Mistress Rose, history suggests we have a fighting chance. Speaking of fighting, you may be surprised to hear that the war's effects can already be felt here, even here in Ishgard. In anticipation of a need for reinforcements, Arturier will soon be departing for the front lines with a contingent of our finest knights. I would advise you to stay until your strength had returned, but I know it would be an exercise in futility. Indeed, I suspect you have already decided on your next destination. Dark days lie ahead, of that I have no doubt, but the light of hope shall ever guide our steps so long as we have the will to press onward. And press onward we must. Farewell, my friend. I pray our next meeting will be under happier circumstances.
By the 12! I don't believe it! I rushed back as soon as I could. I swear, my heart nearly stopped when I heard you'd collapsed like the others. What in heaven's name is going on? Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. Oh, well, that's helpful.
I mean, Oblivion's a fun game.
And what else did he say? The better path leads to him? If his is the voice you've all been hearing, perhaps the others are with him. Sir Emmerich said the fighting had reached a stalemate, didn't he? But if that monster masquerading as Xenos comes back... Thancred, Yestola, Urianger, Alphino, Alize... You're going to need all of them on your side to defeat him. And I forbid you from going to face him on your own, dear Emmy. So if you must leave, go and find the others. Bring them home. As for where to start, you said the stranger had left a beacon for you at the Crystal Tower, right? But how are you to find it, now that the tower has been sealed shut? There has to be a way. If anyone would know, it's Sid, and the researchers of St. Coinac's find. Don't you worry, we'll find that beacon for you.
remain there while the rumor that my son is possessed by a demon spreads like a sickness here at home. I will not be made to fight for the throne a second time. But what of you? Did you not tell me you would destroy Eorzea's champion with the ease that one might swat a fly?
A minor setback. She will not escape me again. Where is your grandsire? I would have words with him.
How should I know? Do you hide from each other's sight as well? I imagine he's doing what all Ascians do.
He must have found a way to take advantage of this turmoil.
Men are not pawns to be played with, Ascian. You underestimate us at your peril. This war will not be decided by you and yours. Man must choose his own fate, and I, for my part, will do all within my power to see Garlemald emerge victorious.
Pray forgive the intrusion, Your Radiance, but the requested preparations are now complete. We stand ready to begin production of Black Rose upon your order.
Hooray! This is just credits, so we can skip. I knew you'd be alright. To celebrate your return, I made you this. A brand new traveling outfit. Oh, I do hope it fits. But now is not the time to fuss over your measurements. I must go and speak with the researchers of St. Coinox Fine. You go and rest while we track down that beacon. And with that, we are finished with Pre-Shadowbringers, the final patch of post-Stormblood MSQ. Now, next week, on Sunday, we start Shadowbringers, and it's going to be amazing.
My enemy. My friend. Had I been but a step faster.
Bloody savages!
A pity your hunt leads you elsewhere. Not that I am surprised. May you find joy in it. Grow stronger, more savage, and savor every triumph. claim that which is rightfully mine.
In the midst of a requiem for heroes, a voice rings out across time and space. It feels a tranquil light, so you see the darkness. And with that, that is where we shall end stream for today. That was a fun 6 hours 40 minutes and change. Now it is time to raid out for today. Let's see who is live and doing something fun. There's gonna be lots of people live. Let's see. Plants vs. Zombies, Coffin of Indian Lele, Bloodborne, Chatting, Repo, Chatting, Postal 2, Verdict. There's lots of people doing lots of good things. Let's see. Who to raid to? Ba-ba-ba-ba. Uh, let's raid to. If it'll let us, let's raid to Margot. They're playing. They got a 24-hour Bloodborne marathon going on. That sounds fun. Raid. Okay, it will let us raid. Perfect. So, as always, my catfish, I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your Sunday and start to your week. And remember, Big Sis loves you always.